I'll call the August 13th council meeting to order. Fire Marshal Maples, would you give the invocation, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Heavenly Father, as we gather today to discuss matters of importance, we humbly ask for your divine guidance and wisdom. May we be open to your plans and purposes, and may our hearts be receptive to your will. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for all your sons and daughters, especially those who serve and reside in our beloved city. We praise you for your supreme protection, which kept everyone safe during Marian days. May every visitor to Carthage witness our dedication, beauty, kindness, and the spirit of the community that defines our city. Fill our hearts with a restful trust in you and continue to give us the perseverance to yield to your truths and be obedient to your will. We pray that your blessings be upon our city and its people, now and always. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Chief Hawkins, would you lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk will call the roll.
Taylor,
Present.
Peterson,
Present.
Lease,
Present.
Heckmaster,
Present.
Edge,
Present.
Snow,
Here.
Barlow,
Here.
Cossey,
Here.
Schramm.
Present.
Move on to reading and consideration of minutes of the previous meeting. Ms. Cossey.
Your Honor. Yes, I have a couple of corrections to the minutes. So on the first page, it mentions that I asked for the, if we look at the fourth paragraph, it says that I asked for the minutes to be changed to remove Kirk Friesen's name. I wanted to make sure that we just made a notation that he didn't give his name and address. I don't want to remove his name and address. I just want to make a notation that he didn't give it. And I don't want to change it to the Merchant of Hate, Carthage, Missouri. I want it noted that that is what he identified himself as. So I'd like to make that change. And then as we go further back, if we get into the third page, there was a portion in here, the third page, it's the fourth full paragraph down that starts with the words "during the remarks from council members." It indicated that it doesn't give a time frame on there. It says she admitted that she was harsh to Miss Lease, and that's actually, I went back and I watched the video. My exact wording was that I spoke more harshly than intended. And I would also like to have it noted that that was at the very first council meeting. That is not a continuing issue. Then additionally, I feel like the minutes are lacking. If we go on to the fourth page, it talks about where Mr. Martin presented and we had a conversation. The minutes seem to leave out most of the comments from Mr. Gold. I would like to have it noted that, and I went back and watched the video, that Mr. Gold verified that Paul Martin was correct, that ordinances do allow for city council to impeach a mayor, and that he said that the articles of impeachment that we were being asked to adopt were one avenue by which a hearing could be held. And then on the fifth page, or is it the fifth page? Sorry, I lost count. Fifth page back, there are several errors that I would like to have corrected. It's in the very first paragraph that's continuing from the prior page. If we go down about 5 lines, there's a line that says it says that I said that the articles are still true. That was not my statement. I said that people need to read the charges and decide if they believe that these things are still true, and if so, if they are things that should be brought forward in a hearing. That's a big statement, because if it's put in that way, it seems to indicate that I've pre-rendered a judgment, and that I'm telling everyone what to vote. I am not. I think everyone needs to decide that for themselves. Also, if we continue on into the next sentence, there's one that starts that I also said that the impeachment is about proving the city council can do things. Again, that is not correct. What I said was it is about determining if the city council has the right to govern or if this is a dictatorship. Additionally, let's see. I feel like I had one other change. Additionally, the minutes were also just lacking a couple of statements that I had made. I'd like to have it noted in the minutes that I noted that new charges have been added since the impeachment process started, that the mayor unilaterally signed a contract for $280,000 without council approval and refused to dismiss a city administrator who was terminated by the city council. And I believe those are all of the changes that I see to the minutes. So that would be my motion. Can we make those changes?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to accept the minutes with the discussed amendments. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We'll move on to presentations.
So I believe Jen was gonna say a few things before we do the Zoom with Chris Harder about Placer AI.
Yep, thank you, Miranda. Good evening. Before we have Chris Harder with Placer present, I wanted to give some context and some background. Placer is the world's most advanced location analytics platform, providing unmatched visibility and accurate, actionable insights into consumer demand for any location, with reporting that includes visit trends, gap analysis, and leakage to know why folks are leaving an area to shop, dine, and play elsewhere, as well as business attraction and workforce analysis. After a demo earlier this year, the Budget Committee asked for it to be added to the budget, which leads us to where we are today. We would like to use the data to understand trends in the following areas: retail recruitment, support local business, business attraction and workforce analysis, event analysis, travel and tourism, marketing and reports, transportation, parks, open spaces, and infrastructure. Thank you for taking the time to review the Placer Solutions Civic Deck, Placer AI Trust Center, and 3 case studies of how Placer was used to help with economic development that you received last week. Placer also provided us with 10 customer municipalities in Missouri who utilize Placer as a tool in their city planning. I'm hopeful that this information helped to provide more context and insight in preparation for tonight's second reading of the contract. As the governing body, this decision is in your hands. We have Chris Harder via Zoom tonight to be able to answer any additional questions that you may have. Chris, we welcome you to tonight's City Council meeting.
Do I have to hit join audio? Do I have to hit join audio? Well, it wanted to switch to my computer audio. Do I do that or speak? Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
All right.
Hopefully you can hear me all right.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
And I just introduced you, Chris, so you can go ahead.
Great. Hey, everybody, I'm Chris Harder, Senior Account Executive from Placer AI. I appreciate the time and opportunity to present today and answer all of your questions. I was planning to kind of start with a just quick introduction to Placer and how we get our data and our privacy policies and whatnot. Is it possible for me to share my screen? It looks like that's disabled as of now.
Okay, you
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Cool. So you should be able to see a slide that says Civic Solutions there. Great. So yeah, Placer, we are a location analytics software. So we leverage mobile location data to provide what we call market intelligence for any physical place in the United States. So we do all of that by harnessing data from millions of mobile devices. We anonymously aggregate all of that data then to learn about any place. And so place can be pretty much anything that we want to draw a geofence around. It could be your parks, downtown district, individual businesses, shopping centers, the city as a whole. We do have restrictions around the types of points of interest though as well. We do not provide data for military bases, women's health clinics, churches, sensitive points of interest. That's part of the Placer policy. But outside of those, for any place, Placer data gives you insight into how much visitation a place is seeing by day of week, hour of day. Also where that visitation comes from, goes after. We overlay demographic and psychographic data on top of Placer as well to profile that visitation. And so as a company, we've been around selling our data almost 5 years now across a range of customer bases. We have a lot of commercial real estate and retail companies, but Civic now is our biggest. So this is over 1,300 entities around the country. And it includes municipalities like yourselves, it's counties and chambers of commerce and Main Street partnerships, everybody underneath that sun, so to speak. We have a lot of customers already in Missouri today. Cities like Belton, Mexico, Boonville, Sedalia, Kearney, Bolivar, Willard, just to name a handful. And then our data really quick, how we get everything at square one, very important piece of Placer. So we partner directly with mobile applications. We have a number of these partnerships with everyday widely used apps, shopping, weather, lifestyle, and travel type of applications. We have a piece of code in those apps, so when a user downloads one, you've probably seen the first time you open up a new app, it asks about location services. So choosing to opt into sharing those background location services, those devices are the ones Placer can collect location data from. Now, crucially, the only piece of data we get from those devices is location data, right? So we require, very important piece, our app partners to strip that data entirely of anything personally identifiable, specifically what's called a mobile advertising ID, a unique identifier for those devices. So it's not a situation where we get all of this data and then it's required of us to strip it of anything that would allow us or customers at Placer to identify individual users of devices. That's required at square one before we even get the data that you'll see in Placer. So via those partnerships, we have a sample size of over 25 million devices around the country. And then we'll draw a georeference for a place, and we see a sample amount of visitation from that place. Then we make an estimate for how much visitation that place is actually seen in real life, so to speak, using our algorithm on that sample. So that's very broadly how it works, right? I know I wanted to address questions around the privacy and how we collect our data and the types of insights we provide. I think folks may have seen this resource provided ahead of the call too. It's on our website. It's called our Trust Center, right? And it goes into a little bit more detail, as far as how we get this data and when we can show, like I said, the origin of visitation to any place. It's not down to an address level, right? We blurred that to the census block group. We provide aggregated data in that respect. So it goes into a little bit more detail here as well too. We don't resell data to any other third parties. We're not buying aggregated data from data brokers, which you can Google those, not many positive articles. So we've taken a very unique approach to mobile data, being the privacy by design provider. It allows us to work with over 1,000 government entities already now around the country. It also provides very stable data at square one because Placer data is unaffected by any iOS updates, Android updates that have come out in the past few years, really all geared towards protecting user privacy further. We are not one of those companies that's affected because we don't have any personal data that would be, caught up in any of those updates, right? And so that's a little bit about, our company, our data. I can happily, kind of get into some of the use cases. Maybe I'll pause there. I know there were questions and concerns around, all of those first things there. So happy to take any questions now or jump into some of the use cases and ways that our cities leverage Placer data too.
I did have a question, Chris. I appreciate the time tonight and joining us. And if I missed this in your materials that you and Jen shared as well, please forgive me, but you just quickly referenced that the location tracking software is done via partnership with common apps. Hypothetically, if a person on their phone was to disable those tracking services, now I say hypothetically because someone may not want to do that on every single app they have, would that then render in some ways all tracking moot with respect to Placer?
Correct, yes. There's no data in Placer in our sample from devices that have opted out of those location services on those apps, right? So that is the square one requirement for us to get any location data from a phone, is that the user has to opt into sharing those location services in their background. So yes, that would remove it from the Placer panel.
Thanks.
I have a question about the places you don't track. You're only not tracking those because you were in trouble with the United States Senate for giving out information about abortion clinics. And only after then did you adjust this. I'm worried about other places that may not even be listed that you're tracking things. We want this program for the city to help the city, but I'm afraid this program is not looking after the citizens, because the data that you take from them, if your phone is at your home for 3 weeks, they know where you live, they know who it is, even though you don't have an identity tracker on it. This is a small town. We know everywhere you've gone. This is a worry for the citizens. We're paying you to take all of our information and mine out the gold from it, but yet, in fact, the citizens are the gold, and we're using them.
Just like take it in two parts. So first, as far as the types of locations that we provide data on, right? So regardless of that type of location, there's still no way to actually identify a house or a user that visited that location, right? That is where we anonymize the data. When you can see, as I can show in Placer, like the origin of visitation, whether that's to a women's health clinic that, again, we don't provide data for,
Just
or
recently.
downtown or a shopping center. It's not to an address level. We look at the census block group or the zip code, and it's still not anything into a named user, anything specific about the folks who visited that place.
And
right?
you also said that you don't sell that data to anyone. All the research I've looked at says that it is sold to other people.
Well, so I'll clarify, right? There are, like, when you think about a reseller of data, right, it would be like the Square One, like the Placer panel that we have curated via the partnerships with our mobile app partners. That is data that we are not reselling. We are taking that data, extrapolating it, and making insights like such as how much total visitation came to an event. And that's the insight that a customer of Placer, like a city of like yours or any of those others in Missouri, around the country, they are buying access to that platform, those insights. We're not giving them any of the raw data. We don't do that for any customers of Placer at all. So we're not reselling the data in that way that is traditionally thought of.
I'm not sure that answer is clear.
So, sorry, I missed.
But you are reselling
could I-
the data.
We are not, no.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit, I think I'm unclear on your question as compared to your response, and I know, Chris, you're probably back there, see me if I look forward. So Jana, can you clarify for me, your question is are they selling their data? But I mean, what kind of data? I guess I'm wondering, because they're selling data obviously to the city, that's what the sales call is about.
Yes, and it's not only in Carthage that we're paying you to collect the data. This data goes everywhere. It's not just a geo-fenced area that you're keeping. You're keeping the information from anybody who goes anywhere once they're in that area, right?
No, again, there is no data on any individuals, right? So we can show that, if there were 1,000 people that came to an event, there was 1,000 visits. Again, there's no names of people or anything identifiable of a person, but we could say, okay, there was 1,000 folks that came to an event. We could say 5% of that visitation to that event went to get ice cream at the local ice cream store afterwards, right? So it's not tracking that, this person came to this event and this is what that person did after, or that they went home. We don't know home locations. Again, there's no way to figure that out in Placer, right?
So you're talking about events. If it's a copyrighted event, does the city have access to that information, and can they use that information from someone else's copyrighted event that takes place in their city?
Sure, yeah. So the only restriction that Placer has to provide data on a location, we have restrictions around sensitive points of interest, right? But we have cities all of the time who want to compare, say, their July 4th fireworks event to the July 4th fireworks event in the town over, right? There's no restriction to Placer providing data on those other locations outside of your city as well. There's unlimited geographic data around the country, again, just sensitive to, or restricted to those sensitive type points of interest.
Okay,
The key there, sorry, again, is to, the only restriction we have is that the users are opting into sharing that data at Square One. So we're not getting any data from devices that are not opting into sharing it.
but it's up to the person, the citizen or the person visiting, to shut that location data down, or else it's being taken from them unknowingly.
Not unknowingly, that's in the terms and conditions when you are choosing to share your location from an app. So that's just
And
at
how would
Square
they
One.
know which apps that would be?
So we don't have the names of the apps. That's not public information. I can speak generally to the types. They are, apps that do generally require, if you want to get the most out of the app, to allow location services, right? So travel, weather type of apps, shopping, those ones that are very much tied to the core functionality of the app is allowing location services.
So that's kind of keeping the citizen in the dark of which apps may be tracking them in Carthage, since you won't provide a list.
It's not something that it's for the relationships with our apps, right? That's part of the partnerships where we don't disclose those names of those apps.
But their privacy policies are different than your privacy policy.
Yes, ours are very much more restrictive in that when we get the data from them, none of it has anything personally identifiable, right? That's the key piece, again, is that when we get data, it's not that we get all of the data from all of these apps that would include device IDs and any personally identifiable information, and then it's required of Placer to strip that data. The agreements we have with our apps, the main piece of those is that they do all of that stripping at Square One before Placer even gets it. So all we have is anonymized location data in Placer.
Okay, and the cell phones that are not in, that are actually a different area code, because anymore no one changes their cell phone number, I wouldn't think. In our family, we have 4 people on our line that all have 417. I'm the only one that lives in this area. Can you tell us how that works? And if it's in fact somebody who it has to locate that person for 3 weeks to make sure that they're in this area, how is that not a personal identification?
Yeah, good question. So first of all, we don't have data on like your area code on your phone or the billing address from a phone, like a statement, right? That's not how we're understanding where visitation comes from. It is tied to, as you mentioned, the behavior of the device over time. It is not tied to, again, an address level at all. It's tied to the census block group, right? And it's actually not 3 weeks, it's 2 months. When a device is in a census block group overnight consistently for those 2 month periods, that's how we identify a home location. Similarly, there's work locations identified as that device behavior in that location, multiple hours per day, multiple days per week over time, right? So there's no way, again, that you can't look at a map and say, where did visitation come from down to a corner of a street or an address in Placer? That's all blurred. You can only see that by the zip code or the census block group in total and aggregate.
Okay, could you tell us the origin of your company and about your CEO and his past?
I cannot. That's a HR question that.
Okay, this question is avoided on every single presentation this company gives. Their CEO is from Israel. He has been a member of the secret of the intelligence force in Israel, and it's still based in Israel. So your information is unsecure. It's a threat to our system, our security. So we just need to know that this company is not a U.S.-based company.
We do have offices in Israel, but we have offices in the United States. We're fully remote in the United States, but we have hundreds of employees in the United States as well. And as to specific employees, again, that's just not something. I work in new business. I'm not in the HR department.
But you did know this question, and you could have told us. On this, your research data, I looked on your use permits. Customers shall not directly or indirectly resell, distribute, sublicense, display, or otherwise provide Placer data to any third parties. Well, when we're trying to market to small businesses and other people, if we're not supposed to do this, I'm not sure how can you tell me how this works?
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question. So we kind of have two types of what we call data in Placer that you are exporting from Placer. So one is research data, and research data is available to share with local businesses. We have a lot of cities where you have an event and you want to help them with the best times to be open based on the most visitation to that event, typically in the years past, right? You want to share that data, or you want to recruit a new retailer or restaurant to the city, you can. So that research data is basically just pieces of data you pull out of Placer, and typically, our cities, like in economic development, they're putting a package together to take into a meeting with a new restaurant they're trying to bring into the city, and that includes a lot of other data, not just Placer data. So it may have, some of your demographic data or zoning information or, commercial real estate listings, other pieces of data that, tell a story, right? And you're using Placer as part of that. So the restriction there is mainly, and not saying that all of you folks are trying to do this, but that, we do work with a lot of different types of entities, and we're just trying to avoid a situation there where a customer of Placer signs up and then they're just sending raw Placer data. That's the other term in the contract, Placer data. Exporting a report, just sending it directly to another entity that would be a Placer customer normally, if they weren't just getting all this free data from a current customer of Placer. So.
Thank you.
Chris, could you show us how it actually works and show us an actual report that would be generated in Placer?
Surely, yeah, I can jump over. So this is the Placer dashboard. So it's just web-based software, right? Customers of Placer, this is what it would look like for you all. It's an email and a password to log into the website. So we don't need to take in any data from the city at all, except for an email address for the folks who want to have a user login. And then this page is Explore. So it's how I search for a point of interest to pull up data on, right? So like the golf course, we've just drawn a geofence around the golf course, for example. And again, these can be Walmarts, these can be Sonics or the golf course, etc. And then when you pull up a report like this is one that we had worked on with Jen and the team. Just a geofence around the downtown, that big blue area there around a few blocks. And so then you'll see your metrics data, which shows you total visitation. This is for the last 12 months. Historically, you have data back to January of 17 in Placer, and it's as recent as 3 days ago. So you can see your total amount of visits and how many unique visitors made those total amount of visits. This is the daily trend. So I think here is where I think it's the Maple Festival there in October. We saw about 23,000 plus visits to the downtown area on that Saturday of October 21st. So those are kind of some event-based reports, within Placer. And I know Marion Days obviously is a big event for you too. And I think this is a good example to show as well as far as our sensitive point of interest location. Obviously, a big part of the event is held, around the church. So you can see the geofence that we were able to draw and actually show data for does not include a large part of that event ground, right? So unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to give you data for that part of the event. So this is kind of like the park, I think, across the street. And so we can see, how much total visitation has come to the event. I have the August of 2023 event versus the most recent event here just a couple of weeks ago in 2024 pulled up. So those are a couple, the visitor journey piece, this was referenced earlier, right? This is what's used to understand, especially around events and show the economic impact of events that, of the total visitation. We had 8% of that visitation came from Walmart and went to the event after leaving Walmart, or they, went to Walmart after the event. This is a good way to also see if there's some hotels, folks coming in from out of town and maybe staying in hotels. It's used for event sponsorship to where we come around the next year and maybe, we can go in and see that Floyd's Wings and Waffles. They got a good amount of business from the event. We saw about 2% of event visitation went to Floyd's for dinner before coming to the event. So those are a couple of those. And then our trade area will show you where visitation came from to the event. Again, we're looking at a bit of a slice of the event too, right? Because we can't provide data on the entire event area, but all these dots in these areas on the heat map show markets that visitation came from to visit the event, right? So we see from Denver and Wichita and Kansas City. And as I mentioned, it's not a home location, right? But we can look at it by zip code in aggregate. And you can rank all of those out here on the right as well too. So that's where customers will use, for their events to understand how much of the audience was from local residents versus non. Some of our cities use that for, funding for events to be able to prove that they're getting visitation from outside of their city. We have it used a lot for marketing campaigns as well too. Again, you can't send ads directly into phones using Placer. We don't have device IDs to do that, but it is a way to help with the markets that you want to focus on for ads, right? So on other platforms like Facebook or Instagram ads, you can buy ads based on zip code, right? So customers will say, okay, last year, we'll identify some certain zip codes that we did see a lot of folks coming from to our event. And maybe those are some good areas to focus our marketing efforts on in future years as well too. So that helps you save a lot of money on marketing campaigns instead of sending a lot of ads to a lot of big areas. Placer helps you focus on the best places to send those ads. So those are a couple of the reports. A few of the kind of main use cases were sort of event-based as well. I can jump over as well too, looking at the entire city of Carthage. So I know economic development is another big use case for the Placer data. I have this city geofence here pulled up in blue. You can see that drawn around the city. And I put on a resident filter here, so we have different audience types in Placer. This relates to the question earlier. How do we identify those? It's just device behavior tied to this area, geofence. So it's devices that are in the city geofence consistently overnight for a 2-month period. And our cities want to better understand, what are the sort of gaps in our retail and our restaurant offerings that the city may have that would be good opportunities to try and bring in to better serve the residents, right? So our favorite places will tell you, we have different categories. We could say restaurants. And so we can see of the Carthage residents in the last 12 months, the Bamboo Garden was the top most visited restaurant. Right? You can flip through a number of these pages and start to identify potential locations like an Applebee's in Joplin that maybe we see our residents are leaving and driving a ways away to go to different locations that they could be a good target to bring into the city with another location. Right? And again, the key piece here, as you can see, right, it's not telling you that specific folks like Chris went to the Applebee's, right? It's we just know that 2.2 thousand visitors went to Applebee's. I have more reports pulled up, different kinds of use cases, like parks departments love our data. We can look at golf courses. We have travel tourism type data. I want to be conscious of time as well too. I know we're probably coming up on that, so happy to keep going or answer other questions too.
I have another question. It says in your privacy statement, you do not knowingly track any information at all from children under the age of 18. How do you not do that?
Correct. We require the app partners. We don't get the data from them, right? So it's not that we get the data and then we have to sift out, the under 18 devices. The app partners, they strip that data entirely when we get it, or before we get it, I should say, right? So we don't have under 18 data.
And international transfers. We may transfer information that we collect about you to affiliated entities or to third parties across borders from your country or jurisdictions other than your countries or jurisdictions around the world.
Sorry, can you say that again? It was transfers of something?
Under your privacy policy on international transfer. We may transfer information that we collect about you to affiliated entities or to other third parties across borders from your country or jurisdictions to other countries or jurisdictions around the world.
Oh, okay, yeah, that I would have to, I can get you a better answer, but my gut, I think that piece is just referring to customers of Placer. It's not information about you, right? It's just information in Placer generally that everybody would have access to. That they would use if they're not a US-based company. We do have some firms, like we have investors that invest in real estate companies in the United States, and they need data for the United States, but they may not be based in the United States. So that's, I think, what that refers to.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, can you explain under the actionable insights what it means when it says true trade areas displaying frequent visitors density by home and work locations?
Yes, so that was the report. Actually, it's better to show you in this context. I'll show you for downtown. But yes, the trade area, so this home location trade area, right, this heat map shows us all the areas that we've had visitation come to the downtown from in these last 12 months, right? So this is used a lot, especially in economic development, where we do have a lot of cities that are larger cities like Seattle and Denver type of customers, but we have a lot of smaller and mid-sized communities, many even under like 1,000 population that use Placer data. And a key reason why is because it can be hard to tell your story to potential tenants, to whoever is trying to like do developments in your city and things like that, right? And the reason being is that traditional approaches to telling that story are showing them demographic data just for the city or for a radius around the city, which is of course, a big part of who their customer base would be if it's a retailer or restaurant looking to come into Carthage. But as we can kind of see on the map, right, there are a lot of visitation markets coming from far outside of Carthage, right? So when you think about it, I'm a restaurant looking to open up in downtown Carthage. Well, my customer base is obviously the residents of Carthage, but without mobile data, it's very hard to tell the story that we've had a lot of visitation coming down, from Kansas City or from Tulsa. And, that is a key piece that's a lot of times missing in the story that, cities try to tell, especially, smaller mid-sized communities that are growing fast, that kind of story doesn't keep up with stale standard kind of census information.
So can you explain what it means by home and work locations?
Sure. So home location like this these are all home locations if I show you on the map, right? So all these dots on the map are home locations of visitation that's come to downtown, right? So we could show it, on this map this way. We could show you home locations by zip code, right? Or we can also do this by census block home locations, right? And then if we look at the work location on the heat map, all these dots are the work locations of visitors that have come to downtown, right? So we see we have, a lot of folks that have visited downtown who work in Joplin. We can also show that by the zip code too. So you can see how many visits have come to downtown from folks that work in like 64804.
How do you gather the information to know and be able to discern what's a home location and what's a work location?
Sure, that's all just tied to the device behavior, right? So like for this 64804 zip code, us counting and showing visitation coming from the work locations in that zip code mean that we've made an estimate based on devices that have shown up downtown. We also see that those devices have been coming to rest during the working hours of the day, Monday through Friday, consistently over time in that zip code, right? Conversely, if we think about the home location, we determine that by analyzing, devices that are coming to rest in this zip code overnight consistently over time.
And above that, where it talks about different kinds of access, one of the things it lists is customer insights. Can you explain how precise can you be in listing all the customer insights this is able to glean?
Oh, sure, like where it says customer insights in the contract. Yes, it depends on how much time you have. There are a lot of different insights in Placer that our customers use. I've shown you a few. They're all kind of like listed out here on the left, but these include, total visitation to a place, where that visitation originates from, where it comes from and goes after, right? That's, how we analyze economic impact for an event. Those are kind of a couple of ways. So we provide all of these different insights, and it's just based on the point of interest in question, right? So these are kind of all we've discussed so far. Event analysis and economic development type of use cases. We also have, parks folks use Placer data all of the time as well. So, we can have geofences for your various parks, like the golf course or Kellogg Lake or Central Park. So we have folks that use these reports to understand, what are our very heavily visited parks and where should we allocate maintenance dollars, first based on which parks are seeing the most visitation and that probably need the most upkeep. We've had a lot of folks use our data as well to, win grant funding for revitalizations in our parks, and even I did this case study as well too. Like in the downtown area, this was Grand Forks, who was able to win $100,000 by basically showing what I had earlier with that trade area that they actually were pulling in visitation to their trade area from a larger radius than just the immediate Grand Forks residents. And then the demographic data that we have in Placer is just census data, and it's overlaid onto the markets that visitation comes from, so we don't get any census data from a device, of course. And they were able to show that the benefit of this, this revitalization money that they were going to put into their town square would go to serving and helping out underserved communities. Those were the types of folks that were visiting their town square. So they want $100K to put back into the town square with new fire pits and lighting, et cetera. So it's kind of an example, right, of those customer insights. You know, where is visitation coming from? Who do certain projects benefit? Things like that. That's used to, you know, tie directly to grant funding, to plan out a project, and then of course, after you've implemented new strategies in place, or whether that's for, you know, a marketing campaign for your events, or it's for you know, new amenities at your parks or revitalization downtown, Placer customers then go and use the data to show the percentage increase in visitation that resulted in their efforts, to show that, you know, that was money well spent.
Thanks. One more question. And Jen, this may involve you too. Differences between municipalities in terms of the amount and type of data that they collect. Is there any areas or specifics where we can look at it and say, yeah, actually, we don't need that, so let's keep that out of our package, or is it just all together?
Yes, to a degree. So the package that you know, we've discussed with Jen and team is our base standard package. We do have add-on products as well with Placer that you can buy, but none of which, you know, were included or discussed in the contract proposal with you folks. But yeah, it's basically, you get unlimited data in there, right? So you can, if you need to draw a point of interest, like maybe we didn't have the golf course added yet to Placer, we have a team that does that for you, or you can draw your own geofence. So that's a big piece of what's included. Everything I've shown you, obviously. You also have a very important piece too, is our customer success. So we assign a team member to your account from day one. They're there for training and onboarding, of course. They do regular meetings with you as often as you'd like to make sure that you're able to get the most out of the data, right? We do work with a lot of cities now, over 1,000, but we realize that every community is different. You all face your own challenges and initiatives and priorities, and that person's there to hear your feedback. What are you working on? You know, sharing best practices of how Placer data has been used effectively by, you know, Grand Forks, by you know, thousands of other customers in similar scenarios. So.
Thank you.
So, Chris, I have a question. I like to go to McDonald's. And so, based on this, it knows my device home and it knows McDonald's. Is there any way McDonald's can pull my information and send me a coupon to go to McDonald's?
No. So good question. That's a very key piece. We don't do, that's what's called ad targeting, right? Where, you know, you walk into a store or McDonald's and you get a coupon, or it knows your device has been to McDonald's and you get a coupon, right? The piece of data that's required to do that is what's called a mobile advertising ID. That is the key piece that, again, we require app partners to strip before we even get that data. That's what allows companies to track you across different apps and send you ads and coupons and all of that as well. So that's just, frankly, not the business that Placer is in, right? We care about places, not people. We show aggregated insights for locations.
Thank you.
Chris, I have a question. Just to follow up on what you were just saying, when you say that the mobile advertising ID is stripped, is it stripped before it comes to you? Or is it stripped? I know you said you require them to strip that item. At what point is that? Does your company ever have access to that, or no?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, good question. We do not, right? That is a very key piece of the relationships that we have with our apps, is that we don't ever even want to have that data at all and then have to go through cleaning and stripping it, right? So everything we get from app partners is entirely anonymized location data with no device IDs, no billing addresses, or anything of that sort, right? So that happens at square one before it even comes to Placer via those app partners.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One last question, Chris. Is your data static? So I can't pull up at 7:15 tonight how many people are on the Carthage Square, or would I have to wait until tomorrow to pull up that?
data?
Good question. Yeah, it is static to a degree. It's about as near real time as it gets. So like today, we have about a 3-day lag. So today, right now in Placer, I can look at data for the 10th, right, Saturday. So I could see, on August 10th, how much visitation came to downtown Carthage on the 10th. And then tomorrow, I'll come into Placer and I can look at data for August 11th, right? So it's not real time in that sense of 7:15 tonight. You could look at the data. It's about a 3-day lag.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Anyone? Jan, anything additional you need to add?
No, thanks.
All right. Well, Chris, I appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thank you all. Appreciate the questions and look forward to hopefully working with you all. Have a good night.
sir.
All right, thank you. All right, we will move on to public comments. Anyone wishing to address the council, step to the podium, state your name and address, and keep it to 5 minutes, please.
I did not prepare anything to say tonight, but after seeing that presentation, I thought I had to. My name's Joel Terry, live at 2219 Allison Street here in Carthage. That gentleman said that they are not tracking data. And then he said, but we know that Bamboo Garden is the #1 restaurant in Carthage. I'd bet my next 2 house payments he's never set foot in Bamboo Garden. I bet your all's house payments he hasn't set foot in Bamboo Garden. I don't trust this guy any further than I could throw him left-handed. Please vote no. That's all.
I'm concerned about that too. I'm Ron Wells, 2026 South Maple, as we're supposed to report, here in Carthage. I come tonight to thank Mr. Taylor and also the police chief. He talked with my wife. He's had a police officer out there yesterday and today both sitting on the street, and when they're sitting there, hey, people, slow down. But let's be real. You can't have a police officer sitting on my street any more than you can have a police officer sitting on any one of you other people's street all day long. So my idea is that maybe the council needs to look at one of the ordinances on your side streets. Maybe instead of 30 miles an hour going down Maple or one of the other streets, maybe it needs to be 25 or 20. That's just a suggestion. But there's a lot of kids on my street. Now, me and the wife are too old for kids, but we babysit. She takes care of 2 little toddlers, and there's at least 10 or 12 young children or more just in our block, and then you go the next block down and they all come to one bus stop spot there. And there's a chance. I have not ever heard of any kid being hit yet. The school's starting, and you know what? That's one of the things that scares me every year, is maybe accidentally having a kid run out between 2 cars or something and I would hit one. That would devastate me. I'd be done for. So I do want to thank the police chief, but I know you can't have someone sitting there every day of the week, all day long. Because as soon as he left, boy, here come a couple fast ones. My wife said, where were they at now? But that's just something you, the council, is gonna have to look at and figure about. We are gonna come to the safety meeting next Tuesday, I think it is, or Monday. I'm sorry, Monday. And speak to the safety meeting also. I also talked with Mr. Taylor about the tree. Same thing I've talked to the mayor about. And he says that the city people come out there and measure where the tree's at, what have you, and that it's not within the right distance that they can remove it. Well, I almost got hit once after I had the last meeting. I got up there and spoke, and I've almost been hit there 2 different times. When you got a line of sight that prevents you from seeing to the west, unless you got your car already out in the middle of the oncoming lane, then that's a safety hazard. Whether you can come up with a rule or a situation to where the safety of our citizens and our children are at risk, then the clock's ticking. Sooner or later, someone's gonna get hit. Someone's gonna get hurt.
Could you remind us, Mr. Wells, what intersection that is at?
That's at the intersection of Fairview and Maple Street.
Thank you.
And for a line of sight, you can pass this up, you can at least look at it. When you're looking to the west, and that's where Harris and Fairview cross, they have a stoplight there.
I've been there personally.
And Mr. Taylor, he went actually.
I did go and looked at it personally. I think it's a line of sight issue. But the guys from the street department went down there and they have a formula. It's a triangle.
It is 15 feet.
Yes, but it's a triangle formula. I don't know how it works. You'd have to get one of the guys to explain it to you. But if it's 15 feet in that triangle, it's untouchable.
And my question
Without,
is.
and I'm on your
They trimmed a whole
side.
bunch of bushes coming from the other direction, that are way back off the road a lot further than what that tree is.
But
So, I mean,
like I
that's just
said,
something you guys are gonna have to deal with. I can't
Right.
do any more for
And it's-
myself. It's coming to report.
it has to deal with the homeowner and the tree.
I'm gonna talk to you.
Now, I don't know whether, like I told you, I don't know whether the city can remove it with the homeowner's permission, or if that causes a liability that the city doesn't wanna get into. If you get
So you
the,
got power lines or phone lines or something running
You
right
get-
down through the middle of that tree, but,
you
know.
get the person to allow someone to cut it, I will go straight to the street department and ask them what we can do about this tree.
Yeah, well, we're gonna talk about the safety and you again. My other
Fine.
concern is after listening to this presentation, which I wasn't planning on hearing tonight, I urge you that I'm already tracked enough and I don't know how to stop them from tracking me on my phone as it is. I am not in favor of having another item that can track me. And when he says there's filters to protect you right now, those filters can be changed. He says the information is stripped before it gets to him. Who got all the information before him? Who all's got information on us where they might be selling it to the government already or somebody else? That's a concern I have. Mr. Mayor, thank you tonight. Council members, I appreciate it, and I wish you'd really think hard about that AI. Thank you.
Thanks, Ronnie.
Hi, my name is Susan Meyer. I live at the corner of, 805 Clinton Street and Chestnut. The issue I'm here to address is that we have a forest growing in the middle of our city, just about a block and a half from this location. So this has been going on since 2008. I pulled up the Google satellite images, and slowly over time, code enforcement has not forced the homeowner to keep up with their home. And when I say this is horrific, I'm not exaggerating. I'm going to give you some things. First of all, I have security cameras on my house. Their sidewalk is so decayed, and there's limbs not just hanging over where the sidewalk is, also the cars parked on the road. I watch on my security cameras as the children pass my house, and then because the cars are parked on the side of the road, the children, little children with no adults, walk in the middle of the road. I see that every day during the
Excuse me,
school year.
ma'am. Could you give me the exact address of that, please?
Yes, the house where this is going on
Yes,
now?
ma'am. Right.
813 Clinton Street.
813 Clinton. Thank you, I'm sorry.
There's a major cat horde going on at that house. We have 2 homes. I spoke at the police department with the animal control officer, a very nice young man, this morning. He urged me to buy a kennel, you know, a little cat trap thing, and I bought that. He'll be picking up some of the cats. But I drove past the house the other day, which you can't see, it's all overgrown with bushes. There were 20, 30, 40 cats, all black, all on the front porch. People have witnessed on the second story of the house, chickens perched on the windowsills. It is illegal in Carthage for chickens to live inside of the house. According to my research and the neighbor across the street, there's a 47-year-old woman and an 85-year-old woman. This is the potential for elder abuse, and this should be reported if it's going on. You can't have an 85-year-old woman living in a house full of chickens and cats. Sorry, it's not legal. The trees are so diseased. In spring, I took photos. There's giant limbs. These trees are huge, just dangling. And every time there's a storm, I have to go outside and look and make sure my roof is okay. My insurance agent already told me, he's seen what's going on out there, that if a limb or a tree falls on my house that is diseased or dead, my insurance company isn't gonna pay for that. I just bought that house. I paid $180,000 cash for that house. I will get that paid for. Whether I have to come to the city here and sue y'all and get the money, somebody will pay if those trees fall on my house. I first reported this to code enforcement back in May. I went again the other day and spoke to the man at code enforcement. No assurances whatsoever. Y'all do what you want to do. But this is just disgusting. The amount of debris, the stench of cat urine is so bad. I tried putting up a tent before I went camping to practice, and the smell was so bad I almost threw up. I had to just say, forget it, I can't do this. So I just wanted to let you know, you got a forest in the middle of your city, and you want a former Mossad agent to data mine your citizens' information, take care of your citizens. Let's take care of the elderly and the children in this town before we start paying top dollars for information. Thank you for your time and trouble.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi there, my name is Tom Nixon. I live at 2444 South County Lane 124 here in Carthage. I was one of the 6 people that was on the hiring committee for the fire chief. And I'd like to kind of explain a little bit about that. We interviewed 8 total candidates, qualified candidates at first. From there, we whittled it down to 2 candidates. The first candidate was Jason Martin. The second one was a man named Jamie Baggett out of Arkansas. We were going to interview both of those candidates again. Well, in the meantime, we decided to figure out with Michael, I can't remember his name, Miller, that we kind of felt like possibly he was not going to want to move to Carthage. So he went ahead and got a hold of him, and he did say that he did not plan on moving to Carthage right away. So we eliminated him off of the list. And so the next one on the list was the 3rd place guy, was Brian Calhoun. So we moved him up to 2nd. So then we did interviews between Jason Martin and Brian Calhoun. And during the interviews, we went through all of the questions that we had. We had really good questions for both candidates all the way through. But at the end, we were trying to decide who we wanted to recommend to be for the chief. As we got to talking more and more, you could kind of feel that the room was pretty much leaning more towards Jason Martin. At that point, Alan Snow says to me, he says, well, Tom, that's fine if you want to go ahead and put him in, but I don't think he's got the votes from the council. Well, I asked him, I said, well, what do you mean we don't have the votes from the council? What do we have a committee for to set up? You appoint 6 people to have a committee that you trusted us to have the willpower and the fortitude to go through all of these applications. We whittle them down to one person. Well, of course, I go through this thing with him for about 5 minutes. I'm pretty upset at what it is. Finally, Alan says to me, he says, you know, Tom, I'd like to make a motion that we promote Jason Martin to the fire chief's position of the Carthage Fire Department. I looked over at him and I said, okay, I agree. I'll second that. The mayor then said, all in favor, say aye. All 6 members said aye. But that wasn't the end of it. I looked over at Alan and I said, Alan, so you're telling me that you will vote for Jason Martin when it comes to the time to vote for the appointment of being the fire chief? He said, yes, I will. And I said, you're giving us your word that you will vote for the fire chief to be Jason Martin? He said, yes, I will. I asked Terry the same thing. I said, Terry, are you going to vote when it comes to time for this to go before the city council? She said, well, Tom, I said, Terry, we just sat in here and voted 100% in here to make Jason Martin the fire chief. She said, yes, I will. I said, okay, are you giving us your word that you will vote for Jason Martin to be the fire chief of the Carthage Fire Department? She said, yes, I will. So from there, we said, we had it set, we were going to vote 100%. We went out of that room 100%, saying we were going to vote for Jason Martin to be the fire chief. We went through all of the scenarios of what there are. That's what we were supposed to do. Now all of a sudden I hear that we've got these unrest of certain councilmen, certain whoever, I don't know who they are. I haven't been involved in all this that's going on in the council. The next thing I know, then I hear that now they're going to have tonight they're supposed to have a closed session tonight about the fire chief. Well, if you're going to have a closed session, what is the meaning for that? Why would you have a closed session on what's already been discussed, already been brought out for whatever man is? You're not doing that man any favors, you're not doing him any favors, you're not doing the city any favors, and you sure as heck aren't doing the citizens of this city or the firemen in this city. The firemen in this city have overwhelmingly said that they want Jason Martin to be the fire chief. Over 95% of this department wants Jason Martin to be the fire chief. Well, that ought to tell you enough right there. I worked 34 years at the Carthage Fire Department. Proud of what I was. This is part of my DNA, that fire department is. So yes, I want to get the best man in there. And right now, I'm telling you, that's the best man here. If you guys go into a closed meeting and say in there that you're going to do away with him doing it, there's nothing, all that it becomes is a political lynching, is all that becomes, if that's what you allow to happen in here. Thank you.
Go. Sorry.
Matthew Fasano, 16842 Indian Road, Carthage, Missouri. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the fire service and how it works, but I spend a third of my life with these guys, and they're like my family. And I can tell you right now, this family knows that this guy is the guy to pick to be our next fire chief. So.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Meredith, CEO of the Carthage Economic Development Corporation, and we just had a presentation from Placer. I will tell you that as an economic development tool, This is something we would like to have, and we could find great value in it. I understand the technology may seem very Big Brother-ish, because in fact, it is. But I will tell you, Big Brother is here. If you'd like to stop being able to have your location data shared, it's very simple to do. You go into your phone, you go to location services, and you simply turn all of them off. It's not hard. The gentleman that was here, I would have helped him do that. Because ultimately, that is how they're finding these things out. I had some saying, oh, they're tracking us, they're going to follow us. These things are simply not true. The data is out there. And currently, people are using this data to look at Carthage for different things, but we simply don't have access to that. Many of you know Starbucks is coming to Carthage. Without a doubt, Starbucks has already looked at the traffic patterns and trends of many of the people in this room. They know that you've gone to other Starbucks, or they know you've gone to other coffee shops. I looked at my phone. I have 80 apps on there. 40 of them currently have some sort of location services turned on. Knowing that, this morning I was in Springfield for an appointment, and I went to Hardee's. In order for me to get access to those great deals, like Alan likes from his McDonald's, I had to turn it on. Did I turn it off when I was done? No. I'm probably not going to go to a Hardee's again. But the fact of the matter is the data is simply out there. If you don't want to have your data shared, turn it off. However, most of you will keep that on. Ultimately, people have been able to track cell phones for decades, as soon as the technology exists. So simply turning off the data, frankly, that simply does not allow Placer to have access to that, but you are still trackable. The government can still find those things, cell phone companies can still find that. One main component of this is, I believe, that if the city uses this, they're not allowed to share it with Chief Hawkins because of security concerns. But you know what? If Chief wants to follow you, he can get a warrant and do so. And there's nothing you can do to stop that. In fact, Carthage, several years ago, those of you that, Mr. Snow might remember, the city had hired Retail Strategies to do retail recruitment. As a result of that third party that had been hired and paid $50,000 a year, I believe Carthage got Taco Bell and KFC. Retail Strategies was using a data very similar to this to find out exactly where people are going and where they're coming from. So Carthage has used this in the past, and nobody cared. Nobody knew about it, or they weren't concerned because it was going through a third party. There are some concerns about the company and maybe some of its roots. The federal government actually tried to protect US citizens from the Chinese government by banning TikTok. How did that go? People said, we're okay with you not protecting us because we want to watch our little videos, and some people make their careers out of sharing all this stuff. So ultimately, I would encourage you to please consider this. This is a valuable tool that can be used for many different things, the least of which is economic development, as we're trying to grow the city to determine what businesses would be beneficial to Carthage, and frankly, the dollars that are leaving this town, so we can identify the dollars that can come into the town and make Carthage bigger. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, we will move on to report of standing committees, Budget, Ways and Means, Chairman Snow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Budget, Ways and Means Committee met last night here in council chambers at 5:30. We had quite a few things on the agenda. First item was we discussed the MoDOT taxi grant. Carthage has been awarded a grant from the state of Missouri for $16,434 to assist in the operation of the taxi here in town, and that is unrestricted funds, so it can be used the best way we need to use to fund the taxi. Next item on the agenda, we had discussed the property tax levy, which is on the agenda tonight under Council Bill 2443. Our residential property values went up, our agriculture values went down, our commercial values went up. So our levy for the 2024 tax year will remain the same as they were last year, and I believe that is 7.07.
0.7197.
Thank you. So that is, like I said, on the agenda tonight, Council Bill 2443. Next item on our agenda was we discussed a budget adjustment to purchase a truck for the Parks Department. And this budget adjustment is on the agenda under Resolution 2048. It was in the initial capital budget discussions, but when the software was updating the budget book, somehow it got left out of the budget. So that budget adjustment is for $50,000 for a truck for the Parks Department. Next item on the agenda is to discuss, we discussed hiring an architectural historian to help design guidelines for the historic district. That's on the agenda tonight under Resolution 2049. We will be getting a grant for $22,500, and the city's portion of that architectural historian will be $37,500. So the city's cost will be $15,000 on that. The last item on our agenda was we discussed an application for a community development block grant for replacing the sidewalks outside the square. As you know, when we talk about grants and those types of things, we've applied for it, and it's on the agenda tonight, Resolution 2050. The city's portion would be $180,000. The grant is for $750,000. And as the state goes, we'll find out whether we get awarded the grant, and then construction will probably start in the year 2026. So it's not something that we're going to see immediately, but we have to get this done in order to apply for the grant. Under staff reports, sales tax for the month, we're up just a little bit. They are up year to date, which we're only 2 months into this fiscal year. Our use tax year over year is down for the month, and our year to date is down on our use tax fairly significantly. So I don't know if more people are shopping local and not buying online, or if people just aren't shopping right now to cause the difference in those two taxes. And then we haven't got a full year yet. We've got 9 months into our collection of our marijuana tax, and our marijuana tax was $12,400 this month, which was up over our recent months, but it's not what it was initially. So we don't really have, since we don't have a full year, we really can't see any trends yet. So we're just reporting that as what it is. Our next meeting will be on the second Monday of next month here in council chambers at 5:30. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Committee on Insurance Audit and Claims, Chairperson Cossey.
Yes, thank you. The Committee on Insurance Audit and Claims met in council chambers this evening at 5:30. We approved claims of $7,858,893.58. We also we approved an updated job description of a mechanic. And so basically all that was we had a mechanic that worked for Public Works, and they are now authorized under their job description to do automotive services for other departments in the city. And so we approved that, and I'm not sure, that doesn't have to come to full council, I don't believe, does it?
You do need to make a motion to approve the job description.
Okay, and so.
Yeah, it should have been at the very, very last page of your packet.
Okay, all right, and so, do I make that motion now? Okay, I'm just trying to figure out procedurally where I do that. So I would like to make a motion that we approve that updated job description of mechanic.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the updated job description of mechanic for Public Works. Any discussion? Mr. Snow.
So since I didn't see the job description in the last page of the packet, is the only change that they are able to do automotive maintenance on other department vehicles?
So on the job description, there are actually 2 mechanics, and they will go up 1 step in pay grade. And the job description is changed to where they're allowed to work on only vehicles in other departments, so like they are not going to work on lawnmowers or golf carts or anything like that. They will
Right.
work on the construction equipment for their department, but not for any other department. And that's basically the only change that was made. We did some of the usual tweaks that, you know, from the old days where it had some of the verbiage like a home phone kind of thing. So that was updated as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Anything further on your report?
Oh,
discussion?
I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. And so our next meeting, I apologize, will be, I want to say the 26th. Oh, gotcha. So there were several large items that came through that were approved, and there was so there was a fire truck. I have to find the amount. We approved, in that total that I already gave, we approved the amount of $690,000 from Firemaster Fire Equipment for a fire truck. I do expect a second bill because we have to do some more customization. And then I believe the financing, we wanted some details on the financing to be brought forward. And because Ms. Cox is much more knowledgeable in that, I'd like to ask her to explain that, please.
Okay, so the financing on the fire truck, the way it worked, we were supposed to get the fire truck back in February, I believe. So we had bid out for leasing for the fire truck, and we did receive a low rate of 3.925% for the fire truck. And then, of course, February rolls around, we didn't get the truck, you know. We finally received the truck in July, but in order to lock in the interest rate, we had to go ahead and close on the lease by the end of June, so we set up an escrow account. So the funds were transferred into the escrow account at the end of June. We did receive the fire truck, and so those funds have not been used to pay the truck for the fire truck yet, because the title does not have Bank of America on it. We have to send in to get their name added to the title. So, and the way it works according to our Governmental Accounting Standards Board, the revenue will be recorded in fiscal year 24, and then the expense will be in fiscal year 25. We do have to record the full amount. So it will wash, because with the funds recorded in 24, it will show as restricted in the audit, but then we will make quarterly payments on the lease.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, other than that, our next meeting is at 5:30 on August 27th here in Council Chambers.
All right, thank you. Public Safety Committee, Chairperson Heckmaster.
Public Safety Committee is in between meetings. Our next meeting will be Monday, August 19th at 5:30 here in City Chambers.
Thank you. Public Services Committee, Chairman Edge.
Public Services is in between meetings currently. Our next meeting is scheduled for the 20th, which is next Tuesday, here in Council Chambers at 5:30.
All right, thank you. Public Works, Chairman Taylor.
Yes, we had a meeting last Tuesday. You will see Council Bill 2442 is on the agenda for the night from Republic Services of Galena for our contract with the trash company. There's also a resolution on council for tonight for the adopting a Vision Zero Safety Action Plan for the city and declaring a commitment to maintaining zero roadway fatalities and serious injuries. Our next meeting will be first Tuesday of September, 5:30 here.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to report of special committees and board liaisons.
Yes, I will report on the Kellogg Lake Board. Met on August 8th, so last week. couple things. So first off, finalizing and wrapping up Kids Fishing Day, kind of putting a bow on that. There was discussion of thoughts of potentially expanding to other communities just due to the success we've had here in Carthage. But otherwise, just thanking those involved in wrapping that up. Then moving on to some current projects that are currently in the works. Some of the bridges, railing has been installed. I know Ms. Booyer sent me a photo of some that was just on Saturday, and it looks really good. So that's continuing. And I know the board has sent out proposals for landscaping projects around the lake, waiting to see who comes back with viable bids there. And then I did, with respect to some future projects that are coming down the pipe, Ms. Almendinger, on behalf of the board, they were curious what the status of the fountain replacement may look like, if any, currently. And then I'll kind of parlay that into if there's any thoughts of replacing signage at the park. They've noticed a lot of people staying after hours and or sleeping over in the park. So they had discussed the thoughts of maybe posting that, park closed at X time or so forth. But outside of that, I'll let Ms. Almendinger address that, but that was the brunt of the board meeting.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Well, CWIP is in between meetings. They have a meeting this coming Thursday, but I saw Kevin, and I mentioned he passed his test, but he's here tonight, so maybe congratulate him would be a good thing to do. So congratulations, Kevin.
All right, thank you.
City Library Board met this evening, 5:15. Biggest takeaway is some big news that their grant request from the Steadley Trust was approved for funding for 3 years for their adult English language and citizenship classes. They've had 75 successful citizenship grads to date, and they want to be able to continue that on. And this is spread out over 3 years. Very exciting.
Very cool. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. We'll move on. Mayor's report. Just a few things. Of course, obviously, Marion Days has come and gone, and I just want to thank every single city staff that helped make that happen as they do every year. Just a successful event. To have that many folks in town and so few problems is amazing. It always amazes me, but that's because you guys are the best. So did that. Also, as has been mentioned, did some interviewing and with the hiring committee. I will go ahead and move on now to reporter remarks of council members. Let's start over here. Ms. Shrimp.
I was lucky enough to go on a tour that was made possible by the Chamber of Marion Days, and Chief Hawkins led our tour. And it was wonderful to see behind the scenes and how well ran it was. The Nazarene Church, a special thank you, because they provided a place for all the first responders and workers to have a little shelter in the air conditioning and snacks all day. So I know that was appreciated. And what I really had a takeaway with was the command center, how well that was set up and how many eyes they had on the campus. It was a wonderful event. I live near there. I think there were more people than ever, and I expect next year there will be more with the 50th anniversary of the fall of Saigon and the leaving of the communist territory to come to the United States. So it's a big celebration for them. And I have no doubt Carthage can handle every single person with the help of Chief Hawkins and his team. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Yes, well, unfortunately, I was out of town for Marion Days, but I heard that it was a success, as always, and our city staff does a wonderful job of providing for and protecting our citizens and our visitors, so I'd like to thank them for that. And actually, when Ms. Schramm said she went on a tour, that reminded me of another tour that I went on just a little earlier this summer, and how impressed I was with the tour I took. I actually had a chance to tour the facilities of the YMCA. I guess I knew, but I really hadn't thought. They actually have 3 campuses here in town. And I really did not realize the scope of everything they do, but I was really very impressed. And I was amazed. They provide free meals. They provide a place for kids to go. It keeps them from, doing things that might otherwise get them in trouble. And I was just really, really impressed with the scope of what they do. So when you said tour, that made me think of that. And I wanted to say thank you to Jonathan Roberts for taking me on that tour. And I was glad to learn more about the why.
Mr. Snow? Mr. Edge?
Nothing tonight.
I too would like to thank all the city departments for Marion Days. I know that it's hot and stressful, and thank you. Also, I was thinking of, I want to thank Abby because this past week, I noticed right before Food Truck Friday that some of the picnic tables had been defaced with things that would not represent our town well. I ran into Abby and it was immediately taken care of. So, thank you, Abby. Lastly, because we need to think about the next humongous event, I think Maple Leaf is about 9-ish weeks away, depending upon whenever you count the official start. And my favorite thing about Maple Leaf is the parade. I know that it will be fantastic. Julie's on it, I'm sure, Julie Reams, just like she was on the 4th of July. And I know that we will all enjoy it. Thank you so much.
Just thank you to everyone that worked on Maple Leaf or on Marion Days. It was a great success. I was also out of town, but I heard fantastic things about how smooth it seemed, smoother than ever. So thank you to all the workers.
Yeah, I would echo that. I was on the week leading up to Marion Days. I was out of town for work and flying back to Joplin. I sat next to a woman who we got to chatting, and she said she was headed to Carthage and spoke so highly of Marion Days in Carthage, Missouri. And all that was before I told her that I lived there. So I didn't get to coerce her with my Carthage highlights before that. But it was really cool to hear that as we sat there on the plane. So Marion Days, great thing. Thanks.
Very good.
And I too talked to several people that attended Marion Days, and I too would like to thank the police department and the fire department and all the other departments that were involved, because everybody that I talked to said it was so smooth and they had such an enjoyable time, and we had such a pretty city. So thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, administrative reports. Chief Hawkins.
Nothing.
Deputy Chief Martin. Ms. Almendinger.
I seem to fill in for everyone on this table, so happy to make a report. Griggs Park Playground has finally gotten underway. I am thrilled with that news. Also wanted just to let people know that the Central Park restroom and the Municipal Park restroom renovations are nearly complete, so probably in about 2 weeks or so we'll be able to open those up permanently. So the goal is to never have a porta potty during the winter months again. Mr. Peterson, to answer your question about Kellogg Lake Fountain, the fountain has come to the end of its life. We were not able to have it up the entirety of last season, and so I did allocate some money out of use tax to purchase a new fountain. So I had to wait till the new fiscal year, obviously, to make that happen. So it is in the works there. And then lastly, I was approached by a prospective Eagle Scout for his Eagle Scout project to paint the railing on the pavilion at Kellogg Lake, as well as all of the bumpers in the entirety of the park. So I worked with him on that, and I'd like to congratulate him, Wyatt Holiday, on his accomplishment, and all of the Boy Scouts that came out on July 27th with us to do the painting. Thank you.
Thank you. I heard that was a well-run event too, so good deal. All right, Ms. Cox.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about the property tax valuations. Alan kind of hinted on those a little bit. Residential valuations went up approximately 1.75 million, while commercial went up 2.2 million. Keep in mind that we do not have a tax on personal property. So, the increase in the valuations, even though we are leaving our rates the same, it will increase, revenue by approximately $28,000. We don't normally collect all of the, property tax, but we do usually collect anywhere between 95 and 98%. So, it is, although it sounds like a lot, you know, with the increase in the valuations, it doesn't increase our revenue by that much. Also, the June financials have been closed, and so the data has been sent to ClearGov. So they'll be updating that information, so our budget book, when it goes online, will be current. Also, Mr. Taylor talked a little bit about Resolution 2047, adopting the Vision Zero Safety Action Plan. I just want to state that that is a requirement of the SS4A grant, which is a Safe Streets for All grant. I, again, want to commend our staff on all of their hard work, from the police to the fire, the parks and streets, and also IT. It takes every department to really work out there at Marion Days and make it such a big event. But I also want to thank Jen Kirby for her hard work. A lot of you don't know this yet, but she spent a lot of time out at Marion Days really getting to know the event. And she's really good at putting stories together, and so she was out there, and we'll be putting a story together for everyone to learn a little bit more about Marion Days and what it takes to actually put that event together. So thank you for your work on that. And that's all I have tonight.
All right, thank you. Mr. Golden.
Nothing important.
All right. We will move on to reports against the city, or claims against the city, I'm sorry.
The Committee on Claims filed a report in the amount of $7,858,893.58.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the claims as presented.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the report and allow the claims. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We'll move on to old business.
You guys want to refresh your tablets?
Do we not need to at least announce public hearing on the tax levy?
It's at the next meeting.
Oh, it'll be at the next meeting, okay. Okay, I thought it was on tonight, sorry.
The second reading of Council Bill 2438, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement between the City of Carthage, Missouri and Placer Labs Incorporated for the use of an advanced location analytics platform to provide visibility and accurate, actionable insights into customer demand for any location, with reporting that includes visit trends.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Schrank.
I'd asked for a marketing plan for this item, and I'd like to ask a few more questions about your marketing plan. This is what we had received in our packet, this one page of a marketing plan. Retail recruitment, monthly reporting, identify gaps and leakage and know who is leaving Carthage to go elsewhere. Support local businesses. So how would that be done on the support local businesses?
Thank you for your question. So this is definitely the use case of what all the things that are in there, what it's going to look like, whether it's a monthly report or a project-based report. So for monthly reporting for supporting the local businesses, this is something that we would just look at in regards to from an economic development standpoint, if we are missing something or what it looks like from, we saw some of the reports from the downtown perspective.
Have you worked with the MSSU Small Business Development with this? Have you met with them, had workshops with the community with them to use resources that are available to us for free?
I mean, we absolutely, you definitely can use.
But you have not before you've asked the city for this money?
This came from the budget committee, and I'm just kind of helping walk this through.
Okay.
Is where
my initiative is to use what we have for free, and work with other entities before we go into this program, which I really would be voting to vote no on this. But I'd like to get some more information from you, because I don't see any communication or coordination of a tourism Tracy had talked about it, it would have to be a steering committee, but I need to have more communication with the city entities and the chamber and Vision Carthage all together to prosper and learn from each other and make us use community resources that we have already to make the city more successful without budgeting dollars on a program that I really don't find necessary at this point to use this company, an Israeli company, to track our citizens. Another one I'd like to say is business attraction and workforce analysis. Is this available through Joplin Workforce Analytics?
So can I go back to your
Sure.
last thing? So I absolutely agree about community partnership, and that is why we're working on the tourism advisory board and everything that is going to be. This specific contract, what this is for, is everything that we talked about earlier with the demo. So all of that data is already out there and being used by 10 other municipalities across the state. So this had been demoed to the budget committee. It was said, let's put it in the budget. I'm just presenting it to you in the different ways that we can use this from an economic development standpoint to help grow our city. It's insights that are already out there. So it's just a proposal, and you absolutely can vote yes or no, right? That's what I said at the beginning. You're the governing body. I wanted to make sure you had all of the data, how we could utilize it for the city of Carthage to help grow us.
Thank you. But I do believe there's so many more avenues that we could research, and I'd like to see plans drawn up from those committee meetings to where what we would need, how we would use it until we get data dumps that we don't know how to use. I need more communication in this city from all the entities working together to make us successful, and more communication and reports to the city, and have a board that would look at this as a whole instead of placing money in a marketing plan that is just a one-page, there's no meat to this plan.
There isn't meat to it because it's a brand new system and how we're going to utilize the data and what the reports are. So what you saw on the one pager are taking the main topics that we are going to look at and then identifying those monthly reports to be able to report on that. If it's a project, then we can identify those specific projects. If it's a specific event, then we can look at what those look like, and we actually will build out what those plans are.
Before I would vote for anything like this, I would like to see the minutes and the working together as a community first, and then we can look at a project like this, and that's just my input on it.
All right, any further discussion?
So I am really on the fence about this. I do understand the applications, and I do think that it has some very real potential if used well, and if we have a good comprehensive plan. I do know that there are some concerns about whether the data is being stripped. After the last meeting, I went out and I did a little bit of research because a couple of people came forward right after the meeting, and I was seeing some things that have concerned me. I've had a couple other people that reached out to me. And this is $19,500. I would actually be more comfortable with tabling the decision so that there are a lot of people here who weren't aware of what this was or the ramifications, so that we have an opportunity to hear back from the community, and maybe we have an opportunity to hear more about how the data is going to be used. So, I mean, my concern is that right now, and I could be wrong, Jen, so if you have a plan put together, or if you know how you'll use that, or if you're accustomed to using data of this type to make those decisions, that would be great. But I feel like we need to have something more solid in place before we move forward, and I feel like we need to have more opportunity for public comment before we spend this kind of money and move forward. Like I said, I do think it has the potential to be a great tool and to be a great asset. I would just like to have a better idea of how it's going to be used solidly, and to get some more comfort that we don't have worries about personally identifiable information. So actually, at this time, I would like to make a motion that we table it. I don't want to vote yes or no at this time. I would just prefer to table it until we have more information.
I second that.
All right, I have a motion to table, but in order to do that, we need to have a specific date that we're going to bring it back up. So do you want to give us some kind of a timeline, or next meeting, couple of meetings?
I would say the first meeting in October. That gives us more than a month to put everything together and for people to comment, because I don't see that there's actually an urgency to this. If it was more urgent, I I would propose sooner.
October 8th.
Yes, that is our first meeting. Yep.
If we make a decision on October 8th, will we be able to have the data in time for Maple Leaf available to us?
No, because by the time, then they have to get the contract signed and
Right.
get all of the software implemented, so it would not be available from April.
Do we know what that time frame looks like in terms of from the time we sign the contract?
I mean, once you guys approve it, then the contract can be signed and we can submit it.
Okay, but I mean, do we know how long because you were concerned about the implementation time?
I don't remember what the turnaround time was. Do you remember what he said? We'll have to get that.
Didn't the demo already include last year's Maple Leaf? Is it not, can they not go backwards? I mean,
It
they
did.
already house it.
Mhm.
It's just extrapolating it, and so.
Oh, I see.
Maybe requesting with
Retro.
with it that we would like the data.
Well, like he was saying, you can pull data from past dates, so it would be on there and you could look at it.
Outside of dates that we've subscribed to?
Back to 2017, the data is there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lee.
And the only reason I said to table it is I agree with Tiffany, and hearing just very few of the citizens tonight, I want to make sure and hear from more citizens now that they've seen the demonstration and things. So that's why I also agreed with tabling. We're already being tracked. So it's not AI doing it, and that's what I was just making sure that everybody out there, the way it was being talked about, we're being tracked. If it's on your phones everywhere you go. But this is just that company bringing that data down through their systems, if that's the company, that we end up using or not. So I agree with tabling for now, because I think that it could be very good information, but I agree with tabling.
Ms. Heckmaster.
I'm just questioning if we should not focus on a US-based company, where their headquarters are in the US, et cetera.
The biggest concern with using these types of companies, one thing about Placer AI is the data is actually stripped before they get it, where in the others, they are not. And I know that Jen and Jeff set in on some other demonstrations, and if you'd like to talk about that.
Yeah, so that we've looked at a couple of different other companies, and so this is why we had picked Placer, was how they stripped it and the amount of apps and why they select the apps that they do to track the data before the raw data goes into them. So that's why as we were going through this whole process, we had selected Placer. At this point, I mean, if you guys want more demos or however you want to do this, we can set it up. Again, you're the governing body, so if you've got questions, if you want to look at it that way, we're happy to do so. Just kind of give me your expectation, because again, I'm kind of taking it and running with it, so I just need what your expectations are, what your thoughts are, what that looks like, if we need to come back to square one, whatever that is. That's why we're having those discussions, and that's why I wanted to have Chris here, so that everyone here could actually get a demo and ask him directly the question.
Before we look at the, were you finished, Terry? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Before we look at this, could you put together a plan using all the entities in Carthage and what information they would want from Maple Leaf for it? Could you work with everyone that the city gives money to?
So I actually did that back in January when I started and asked for a use case and data whenever we built this out, and that's what the use case came from. So I can definitely, and I circled back again last week. So I mean,
with every entity, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
I would like to see that on the 8th then, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I just have a follow-up question on Mr. Barlow's. So he mentioned using it for Maple Leaf. Did you have plans, did you have a structured plan already in place to use that to drive more people in for Maple Leaf?
So that would be what I would call a project event analysis. And since the chamber owns that, there would be a conversation of what does that look like? How can we help market? So that would be a discussion of what he was kind of talking about, how you would kind of have a consulting conversation like you would with economic development trying to get a Starbucks in. The same thing with our entities. What are they needing? What does it look like? If they're doing all of the marketing, or maybe they did the past season, did that work? What did that look like? How can they make changes? So basically it's a tool that we would be able to utilize. And some of these, that's why it's not fully baked out, is because we're gonna have to have those conversations with each of the entities, especially for each project.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All right, so we've got a motion to table until October the 8th. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right.
The second reading of Council Bill 2439, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an amended contract with the Carthage Chamber of Commerce for specified services in the city of Carthage from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2026 in the city of Carthage, Missouri.
Any discussion? Cast your vote.
Did it pop up for you? Are you a thumbs up, thumbs down? 2 thumbs? Okay. You might have to refresh your tablet if you haven't done that already.
Council bill passes.
In the second reading of Council Bill 2440, an ordinance to amend Section 2-498, composition and appointment of the Code of Carthage.
Any discussion?
Yes, could you go over this once again? There's a change in this of appointments, the number of people, or why are we changing this? Just so the citizens know.
This is for the TIF Commission. I don't know if, Jeff, do you want to mention? Yeah, I mean, it came from him, so.
Okay.
So this is to change the number of people in the TIF commission. When the TIF was originally set up back in, I believe, the 80s, it was done incorrectly. Mr. Ballard, when he was here, we looked at trying to revisit this and trying to set up a TIF, and he realized that it was. So effectively, what the TIF commission is currently, it is 9 members, 6 of whom are appointed by Mr. Mayor with approval of council, 1 from all of the other taxing entities, and then 2 from the school district. But because of Jasper County being the size that it is, or Carthage being the size that it is, Mr. Bull might be able to reflect the language here. Because of how we are, effectively, we have to have 2 specifically from the county commission. So it's going to change the TIF commission from 9 to 11. 2 from the county, 2 from the school, 1 from everybody else, and then the city still gets their same 6.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? Cast your vote.
Are you kidding me?
Hold on, I guess nobody got it.
There we go.
How was that?
No? Tiffany? I guess you guys are going to choose them.
I refreshed twice, I promise.
Council bill passes. All right, we'll move on to new business.
The first reading of Council Bill 2441, an emergency ordinance to authorize the mayor to apply for federal financial assistance on behalf of the city of Carthage and to execute any contracts resulting from such application for any grants between the city of Carthage and the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission, providing for capital, operating, and/or marketing assistance comprised of federal funds to be expended for commission-approved transit projects.
Any discussion? Entertain a motion to move to second reading.
I make said motion.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to forward to second reading. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The second reading of Council Bill 2441, an emergency ordinance to authorize the mayor to apply for federal financial assistance on behalf of the city of Carthage and to execute any contracts resulting from such application for any grants between the city of Carthage and the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission, providing for capital, operating, and/or marketing assistance comprised of federal funds to be expended for commission-approved transit projects.
Any discussion? Cast your vote. passes.
The first reading of Council Bill 2442, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement between the City of Carthage and Allied Services LLC, DBA Republic Services of Galena of 1715 East Front Street, Galena, Kansas 66739, for collection, removal, and disposal of residential and commercial solid waste, commencing October 1st, 2024, and terminating September 30th, 2029.
Any discussion?
Yes, Miranda, could you tell everybody the change in the?
Yeah, in your packet, the contract was incorrect on the first page. The senior rate and the family rate were swapped. You'll see on like the last page or second to last, those were the correct ones, and they just had them switched on the first one. So that's why you have printed copies of the new one on your desk. And so those will be the ones in the next packet for second reading.
Thank you.
All right.
So this is a new 5-year contract with the escalation clause in it, just like we've had for the last 5. Thank you.
All right.
The first reading of Council Bill 2443, an ordinance levying general taxes upon real property located within the City of Carthage, Jasper County, Missouri for the year 2024 for general revenue purposes and other purposes, and fixing the rates thereof.
Any discussion? Okay.
The next item is consider and discuss a new hearing date for the impeachment hearing.
Yes, we were contacted by the attorney who said that getting all parties together was not going to be possible on the date that we set at the last meeting. Looking at the availability of all parties, it is now either, the earliest availability is now either September 24th, 25th, or 26th. The 24th is a date of a regularly scheduled council meeting, which if we chose that date, we would just have to either cancel or reschedule the meeting that would be on the 24th, and then of course the 25th and 26th are a Wednesday and a Thursday. Does anyone have any conflicts on those dates?
I would prefer, honestly, to not cancel a council meeting. I think we've here lately had enough business coming through that it's important to keep the business running on council, but Wednesday or Thursday.
I'm fine with either day.
I would note that Wednesdays are going to be much easier, just personally for me, work-wise, than Thursdays, but just putting that out there.
Is there anyone else who has a conflict?
So we want to go for the 25th?
25th, 3 o'clock.
25th, all in favor?
We need a time.
What time do you want to do?
Didn't we set it at 3 o'clock?
3?
As I say, I think that's what it was previously. Does anyone have a conflict with that time? Okay. Does anybody have a conflict? My only concern is if we go earlier, then we can finish earlier. But I also know that many of the council members, including myself, work and may not be able to schedule around that. Is there anyone who could not do earlier in the day? Oh, Dustin. Okay, so 3 is the earliest you could do. Yeah. Okay, so I guess the proposal is for the 25th at 3 p.m. then.
Are we still doing it at Water and Electric?
Yes, I did confirm all 3 of those dates. They were open at Carthage Water and Electric.
All right. 25th at 3 o'clock?
September 25th at 3 o'clock.
Yep.
At Carthage Water and Electric.
Do we need a motion on that?
You probably should have it by motion.
Will someone make a motion?
Confirm that
Oh,
date and time.
yes, I would like to make a motion that we move the date of the impeachment hearing to September 25th at 3 p.m. at the Carthage Water and Electric Community Room.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for September 25th, 3 p.m. at CW&EP. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right.
item was consider and discuss the hiring of a hearing officer and court reporter for the impeachment hearing.
Yes, and I believe that we're not voting on this tonight, we're just discussing it, and we will see the actual votes, I will see the actual votes come through. Tracy's looking at me funny. Okay, so let me know if I'm wrong on that one. Because
You can go ahead and make the motion, so we know, to do the budget adjustment for that. We will have a council bill that will have to come through for, a contract, approving the contract with Engelmeyer. I did get that today.
Okay.
So,
And a court reporter.
but that one's not a contract.
Okay.
So the court reporter, because it's not a contract, it will need a voice vote.
Okay.
And Engelmeyer, we will do a council bill, and then I need to know, we'll need to determine an amount for a budget adjustment.
Okay.
Do you agree with all of that?
Yes.
Okay, so we need to do this in pieces then, is what I'm understanding, is that right?
Well, tonight, if you want to just do a motion to hire the court reporter?
Okay, so yes, I would like to make a motion that we hire Don Holliday of Holiday Reporting. The fee, this person comes highly recommended. There is a $100 appearance fee, and then there is a fee of $300 per hour, but that includes the production of transcripts, which we have to have after the fact. I was also notified that this $300 per hour is approximate. It could fluctuate up or down slightly because the actual charge is per page. So it's that $300 is an estimate on a per hour basis. And so I'm not sure how many hours to estimate for the actual hearing.
We'll come up with a number on the budget adjustment. We can do an approximation.
Okay, and so do I need to come up with a number, or do I just need to make the motion that we hire Holiday Reporting at that rate?
Hire him at that rate, and then the budget adjustment will come actually in September.
Okay, so that is my motion that we.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to hire Don Holliday as court reporter for the impeachment hearing, $100 show-up fee and $300 per hour. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So we'll have the council bill at the next council meeting to enter into a contract with Engelmeyer.
Okay, and I don't need to make a motion for that this evening. Okay.
All right. Do we need a closed session?
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion. Do I just need to read the language here?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Okay. That according to section 610.021 subsection 3, the agenda includes the possibility of a vote to close part of the meeting to discuss hiring, firing, disciplining, or promoting of a particular employees by a public governmental body when personal information about the employee is discussed or recorded. Accordingly, I would like to motion that we go into closed session.
I second that.
Got a motion and a second to go into closed session as outlined. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Or
No,
raise
I
your
got
hand.
it.
Raise
I
your
got
hand. Okay. You're good.
Oh, Terry and Dustin.
Passes. All right.
Taylor.
Present.
Peterson.
Present.
Lees.
Present.
Heckmaster.
Present.
Edge. Snow.
Here.
Barlow.
Here.
Cossey.
Here.
Schreier.
Here.
I make a motion that we table the appointment of the fire chief until September 10th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to table the chief appointment until September 10th. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I abstain.
The next appointment is the mayor's appointment of Philip Brown to the Planning, Zoning, and Historic Preservation Committee until August of 2027.
Oh, I would like to make a motion that we accept that appointment.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to accept the appointment. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Move on to resolutions.
Resolution 2047, a resolution of the city of Carthage, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carthage, Missouri, adopting a Vision Zero safety action plan for the city and declaring a commitment to maintaining zero roadway fatalities and serious injuries within the city limits by June 2035.
I move we adopt resolution 2047.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2047. Any discussion? Cast your vote. Resolution stands adopted.
Your Honor, can we get the live stream turned back on? It's not on yet.
The
The live stream is
Oh.
not on yet.
The stream? It says it's on.
Oh, sorry, okay, yes.
I mean, there is a delay. But
All right.
Resolution 2048, a resolution authorizing a supplemental budget adjustment to the use tax fund for fiscal year 2024-2025 for a line item adjustment to the capital outlay parks line item.
I move we adopt resolution 2048.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2048. Any discussion? Cast your vote.
Choose pumpkin.
Resolution stands adopted.
Resolution 2049, a resolution authorizing a supplemental budget adjustment to the general revenue fund for fiscal year 2024-2025 for a line item adjustment to the central municipal activities professional services line item.
I move we adopt resolution 2049.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2049. Any discussion? Cast your vote. Resolution stands adopted.
Resolution 2050, a resolution of the City of Carthage, Missouri, stating intent to seek funding through the Community Development Block Grant Program and authorizing the mayor to pursue activities in an attempt to secure funding.
I move we adopt resolution 2050.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2050. Any discussion? Cast your vote. Resolution stands adopted. Any closing comments, Mr. Taylor?
None tonight, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Lee?
No, thank you.
no, thank you.
Mr. Snow?
I'd just like to welcome everyone back to school and wish the teachers and all the students the best of luck for a good school year. That's all, Your Honor.
Ms. Barlow? Ms. Coffey?
Nothing tonight.
Ms. Shrimp?
Nope. Thank you.
All right.
You do get it.
Need to make a motion to,
Oh, yeah, oh, that's me. Okay. I make a motion, we go into closed session according to section 610.0211. The agenda includes the possibility of a vote to close part of the meeting to discuss legal actions, causes of action, or litigation involving a public governmental body or its representatives and its attorneys, and also, can I? Okay.
Sure.
The second closed session that we'll stay up there for is, according to section 610.0212, the agenda includes the possibility of a vote to close part of the meeting to discuss leasing, purchase, or sale of real estate by a public governmental body where public knowledge of the transaction might adversely affect the legal consideration, therefore.
Second.
have a motion and a second to go back into closed session. Any discussion? Cast your votes. All right. Here we go. Session back and need the roll.
Yeah.
Peterson?
Here.
Lees?
Yes.
Heckmeister?
Present.
Ed?
Yes.
Snell?
Here.
Marlowe?
Here.
Cossey? Yep. Ham? Here.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
Are you kidding? I'll shoot.
Good night, everyone.
I don't give a damn. Life in prison really don't